live. That's paint.
What's up, creative faces? The beat culture. How y'all feel? L up on set from creative art, all of the above. I have a few names I go by. Man, what's going on, guys? What's going on? So, in this live stream, we're going to be fixing this track for a record label. I'm sending it off. I'm letting it go. I'm not letting it go, but I'm fixing it to send. And maybe there are some things in here that you guys can take advantage of in terms of the workflow, of course, but in terms of like some of the techniques that I use that helps me get stuff like this prepared to send off to a record label, right? So that's what this stream is about. Of course, because it's a stream, I am answering questions if they come. There are different things that I do when going this process. This live stream, or this channel, should I say, is really focused on making beats live. But in the event that we send the stuff off to take off, then there are some things you got to do in order, well, before you do that, right? So that's what we're going to be focusing on. I did a beat on a live stream a few streams back, and I've actually gotten a couple of calls on this beat, right? And, people are asking for this beat. This is the beat that will be focused on right here. Right. I don't know if you guys remember that beat, but that is the beat that we'll be working on. So if we can just quickly go to my screen here, and I need to get rid of some stuff on this computer. Appreciate the thumbs up. Anyone that is tuning in, appreciate the thumbs up. I rarely stream on Saturday, but here we go. We're streaming. We are live. Ask me anything. Ask me what you will. I am your live instructor for this evening or this afternoon. All right. So let's go. All right. So this particular track, it's not big yet. It's like we're like 19 tracks in, but once we start bouncing stuff down, we this track will fill up a little bit more in terms of how many tracks. That's interesting. Okay, so here are some of the things that I like to do inside the Studio One. I like to label everything according to what they are. It's the first thing. It's just like taking a project for mixing. First thing I do, I'll go through each track, label them accordingly. Sometimes the labels do come in from other people that I'm working with, but I'll relabel it according to, you know, how I recognize that sound. Sometimes it depends. It depends on what's going on. Sometimes. The other thing that I'm utilizing is the icons for the tracks to help me quickly identify where tracks are. So for this one, I'm going to go ahead and just pick a bass icon for that one. This one is strings. Right there. And okay, so what is this one? I'm gonna pick a banjo for that one. I'm gonna say harp for this one because it sounds like that, but it's not a harp. It's a pick guitar. We're gonna say drum pads for those. Okay, so I muted those, so that's not doing anything. So what is this doing? Okay, it's like sound like a woodwind. Like a flute, like some type of flute. How about that? That's what it sounds like to me. So that's a piano right there. I'll say keys for this one. What is this? Okay, that was probably muted. That one was probably muted. Yeah, it was. So that's scalar. The other thing I like to do is delete things that I don't need because it helps the track go by so much smoother in terms of process. You know, what's up, Mello? How's it going, bro? So, he says, movie soundtrack. There's not many tracks in this particular session, not many instruments. So, in terms of like CPU, I'm okay, but it's still a process because I do get into tracks where I have tons of stuff in here. So, you need to start committing to some of these things. So, for instance, I think I'm done with the scalar. I used the scalar at some point, right? I think just 2 chords, and then I just kept going, built my own chords later on. I just used it just to help me. So then I got some of these instruments I will keep in here, like the drums. I just deactivate it though, so that it won't tap into my CPU because I might need it later. And drums is one of those things where it's like, you know, if when you building out the track for like those areas where you need to create a feel in or whatnot, I will keep drums around for that process. Like, oh man, I feel like I need to add something right here. So then I'll go in and reactivate the drums just to do that. Um, what is this one though? I muted it here. Okay. Okay, so this is like a synth lead or something. I'll pick that. What's up, Kenny C? Kenny NYC, what's happening? Two Nickels in the building. What up, bro? So for my timpani, what can go good? Okay. Timpani, there you go, right there. Now what is this right here? That's like a sound effect right there. More like a gong, right? Let me see. Is there a gong? There are cymbals. Orchestra bass. Because there is no gong, I'll just go for this one. So okay, so where are my cymbals at, man? Like I'm supposed to be able to see them here in the range window, but I'm not seeing it. Oh, wait a minute. It's supposed to be down here somewhere. Oh, maybe I have to activate it. Let's see. Input controls, blah, 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 blah. Channel icons. There we go. Channel icons. Okay. Great. I also use channel notes in here. I don't know if I necessarily need them here in the range window, but as long as I have channel notes here in my range window, I'm okay. Because I've already started to make notes to one of these, like the drums. You know, I put some notes there for what's going on here. It's always a good practice just to get into that, making notes as to something that's unique in the project for later recall, guys. Like, don't set yourself up for failure. Set yourself up for success always. These tools are here to make us successful. This is why there are updates in programs like this, where they put stuff like this that don't really matter that much to you at first. Like, what is this? This update, I can't use that. I'm trying to make this beat in 5 minutes. You know what I mean? But like, real talk, these are the type of things that help you be successful if you just slow down and take your time and just, you know, do things correctly. Okay, that scaler, I'm not going to use that scaler, so I'm going to get that out. See that right there? I remember when this was the update. So here on the side, there are a few of these that I don't need. So I'm going to say remove unused. And when it removes the unused, basically it gets rid of the tracks that you don't have those instruments assigned to, right? So that does not mean that the ones that you deactivated, like I have my Superior drummer here, is in the project, is deactivated, but it's assigned to a track, right? That won't get deleted. That's the caveat of. So Studio One is smart enough to say, hey, you had this scaler or you had this instrument, blah, 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 blah. You deleted it, but you didn't delete it. the instrument still is in the database, so to speak. And, some of the stuff just kind of lingers over here. And yeah, so I got rid of that. Let's say this, hopefully. Okay. So yeah, so we preparing this track to send out to record label. Some things I like to do. Appreciate that, Kenny. Appreciate it. I haven't used Studio One in a year. Must be lots of new features. In a year, I don't know if there was many features introduced in a year, but I mean, yeah, there has been some updates since then. Yeah, good advice. Yeah, absolutely. I love to share stuff with you guys. That's why I do these live streams. Sometimes I'll be like in the middle of updates more than a major update, but a little updates is more based on the improvement profile. Right, exactly. If I'm in the middle of a project, I just refrain from updating, period. Unless it's a issue that I'm currently having and an update is to fix that problem that I'm currently having. Then that's when I update. But if I'm in the middle of anything, I try not doing any updates at that moment. Which is going into the next thing. I do bounce and place everything. That's what I did with these drums. I have them like bounce. I bounced them out separately with these drums. Right? That's what I did. Now they are all wave files. And this is good for like later recall. If you have to send this to a record label or somebody to mix your stuff, you want to make sure that you're doing that. You don't want to send them a project with instruments in it. You never want to do that. And when I say instruments, I mean virtual instruments. You don't want to send them any MIDI information. Now, if they have the same stuff as you, I guess that's fine. You talk that over with them and make sure that they are okay with that. But a lot of times, even if they have the same stuff as you, some stuff will get misconstrued sometimes because some kind of way, I think the location of certain things on your system versus where their stuff is located does conflict sometimes. So like, even though we got the same exact kick or same exact instrument, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes there's still issues. So I just rather, now if you're collaborating, then yeah, okay, great. So I remember like I have to like locate some stuff from other people sending me stuff and we got the same kit, but it was like, it's still, our systems are different. I don't know if any of you guys ever ran into that. Do you use a notes feature when you make beats to have a paper version in hand, of course? Yeah, sometimes I do. I only use notes when I need notes. You know what I mean? Like it's when I need to make notes of something that's pertaining to a track. Like I didn't put any notes for any of these. It's nothing. But if there's something unique about something that I want to remember and I know I'm going to forget it or making notes of something that I need to adjust later on, especially in mixing. Oh my gosh. Notes is a lifesaver when you're mixing a project because, it's just, it's like a dog chasing his tail, man. If you don't make notes, man, you're going to be hurting for real. Like, man, what was that I meaning to do the other week? And I forgot it. Because sometimes things happens where if you're working on a project, your mindset is to come back to it a later time, like tomorrow or later on in the evening. If you don't make notes, you know how life is. Life quickly changes. Life quickly shifts things. You intended on coming back to it tomorrow, but something came up, you know, and then before you know it, it's like a week down the line or a couple of weeks down the line, and then you can't remember what you were working on and what changes you were thinking, or whatever ideas. So yeah, I do use notes in making beats, making mixes, and stuff like this. Um, I made notes here specifically to this. I deactivated the drums, and if I need to make changes to the drums, like say like I need to open it up a month later, um, first thing I'm gonna look at, like, man, Superior Drum is still in here, and like, oh yeah, okay. I made notes that I deactivated. That's just me, because that's the way I work. I know I will forget that. I'll come in here and look at stuff like, why is this still here? Like, oh, I know why. I know why. Anyway, what is this? I don't remember what this is. Okay. So this is this one is dang, what is that? I also like to group drums together, or any of the same type of instruments. I'll group them together. In this instance, I'm using a lot of Kontakt stuff, so it creates something interesting. Like, I can rearrange all of these tracks, but a lot of them are like just triggers for the same instance of this thing. Like, this right here is what, 6 instruments on its own inside of Kontakt. I didn't push these out individually. So I got the icon bass here, Utopia in here. Then I got the 40 kit, then the nylon pick. Then I got the acoustic melody in here, and my string ensemble. My string ensemble is articulated. Like, there's some articulations going on in here. So you say notes is important for sure, but what about the automatic sheet music feature? Remember, that was a huge feature. Yeah. Especially for those that can't read sheet music. Great way to learn. Yeah, definitely. I use it when I need to, Only when I need to. Let me see. Like, for instance, what is that? Is that? I pulled up Arcade. Oh, Arcade is definitely playing something. Okay, yeah. Man, this is craft right here. That is something there. Man. Yeah. There are no music signs in here, so I guess I just play this straight. I mean, if I need to print this out, I can, which is there. It's really cool. So, like, just you know, you are automatically ahead of the game when you work in the Studio One. If you, especially, yeah, if you are working with people that you need to print sheet music out, bam, there you go. You don't have to have a separate program to build that. You know what I mean? Because then you got to export the MIDI, then put it in the other program and have that to read, and you got to like you got to make sure you put in all of the musical symbols and whatnot, like crescendo, decrescendo, piano sol, forte, accents, you know what I'm saying? You gotta make sure you following everything. But see, in here you can just do it right here inside the Studio One. So whatever you got to do, and also inside the Studio One, you got all of your symbols over here. You can also import that stuff here in the piano roll at the bottom. Musical symbols, blah, ha, ha. See that? This is like another section that got introduced. So you can add like articulations in here like this. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Do what you got to do. Get your portamentos in there. Get your arpeggiato downs. Get your tremolos and staccatos. It's like these are the signs. And I think for instruments that support this, it'll actually work. But yeah, there you go. There you have it. There you have it. My setup is these notes are based on the scale. If I go back to the pitch, no, velocity, yeah, it'll look like that. Give me more of a colorized look. That was a new feature in Studio One, by the way. Identifying scales or notes within the scale and outside the scale, things like that. Clout Boss, what's up? If you couldn't use Studio One, what would be your dog choice? That is a good question. Well, I came from Logic. So I was getting ready to say I will go back to Logic, but if you saying that Studio One was never existed, then it would be like I'll still be in Logic. or okay, you said couldn't use Studio One. Okay. So maybe Studio One exists, but I just couldn't use it for whatever reason, right? I'll probably use Logic because Logic, I came from Logic because of this workflow. Studio One had like a different, I don't know. I like Studio One better. Mello says FL Studio, Cubase. Everybody has different things that they will use. But I will use Logic based on the fact that I'm a Apple user. So, but I haven't touched Logic in so long. You will use Pro Tools. Good luck, man. Maybe Pro Tools improved over the years, but Pro Tools I moved from Pro Tools like centuries ago, bro. Like I do not like Pro Tools at all. I can't stand it. I didn't like it for mixing. Although that's what I used to mix at a period of time, but for music production, I definitely stay away. But it's possible you could do it. I've seen people do it. I just prefer not to. That's not my style. But for the reason, like here, I'm gonna show y'all why I use Studio One for even music production. like not only for mixing but music production. Like this, I like to use Kontakt. Kontakt is a library or a player that's made by Native Instruments, right? And Kontakt has a huge industry respect because a lot of companies use the Kontakt player to do their stuff in here. Now, when I need to route things out, like, you know what I'm saying, separate tracks, which is what I think I did here. Let me open up a couple of more. It's easy to do it. I just opened up two more tracks. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, 6 of these things here, and now I need to open up the output deal here. So this one's coming out of 1, 2. Oh, yeah, 1, 2. Wait, 1. This needs to come out of 3. 3, 4, 5, 6. So I told Kontakt to come out. It's each its own. You can see everything is coming out its own output right here. And now when I go in Studio One, everything has its own output. So what did I label that? Okay, let's just call it synth. That's the Utope synth. I guess you know what? I guess I will use notes. This is how we use notes. Let's activate notes, channel notes. This is going to be Utopia. And I'm going to share something with you guys. Like, yeah, you will call it Utopia, but why would you do that? Because that's the actual instrument. Well, I name my tracks based on what it sounds like. That's a synth lead, right? I can actually just say that, synth lead. I just label it like that. Because when you send it off to a mix engineer, they're not going to care about what the heck is a Utopia. You know, it's a synth lead. That's what it sounds like. That's what it is. You know what I mean? So now, right now, I'll just say 40s kid because that's what that is. I think I'm going to print these out. I'm going to export these out individually. That's why I'm not spend too much time on it. That sounds like a harp to me. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. But it's not. It's a nylon pick. I think that's what it is. If I go in here. Yeah, a pick nylon. That's what it is. And I'm sharing this with y'all is because like when you bounce this stuff down, it's the name of the track is what's gonna matter the most. Nylon. I mean, you could name that nylon pick. Yeah, I mean, you could do that. Great. Okay. It's probably going to mean the same thing, but right now it sounds like a harp, right? So that's kind of how I'll just name that a guitar. So what is this one? Oh my gosh, what is that one? That's the 6-1. Am I not doing nothing? Oh, that's the string. The output for this is the string. This is why I use Studio One. So I don't know what Pro Tools doing. I'm pretty sure they can do the same thing, right? I'm not. That's one thing I'm not gonna do is knock another DAW or knock another man's production, their workflow. But I can only share what I do and why I like things. Um, like you can do pretty much all of this in any DAW, to be honest with you. But the workflow in terms of like how much work that's involved in order to achieve something, I think that's also something worth making yourself aware of. You know, for like this type of song, I don't know if I would do this in Bitwig or Ableton Live because of how Kontakt works. In order to get Kontakt to work like we're doing now, you have, oh my gosh, it is so much harder and so many more steps involved. Plus, Ableton Live don't allow you to bounce in place like real quick. It's just not gonna happen. I could put a reverb on that if I want to. Where's my piano? See how I'm asking for stuff now? I'm gonna just say harp. I'm just gonna confuse myself, man. This is gonna be. Now I would say when you do it in this way, you do find yourself repeating the labeling in several areas. This is something I wish that Personas would do and change. I hope that there is a way where we can the MIDI channel can talk to the outputs, and when you label that, it talks. But right now it's not doing that, but it's fine. I don't mind. So this is chord. I don't want to call it chord. I call it these are pads. Yeah. I just label stuff accordingly. So I don't need arcade in here any longer, so I'm just go ahead and bounce this in place. So in order to do that, we're gonna say, actually, let's make that one deal. Make both of these one deal. This, we'll make that one deal, and we're just gonna bounce that in place like so, and I can get rid of this track. It'll be nice if I could just, yeah. Let's see. So I just freed up some CPU resources right there. Also, another thing that might be useful is just normalizing. I either normalize it or I'll turn up this here. The actual, that might be better because it's already set. Like in terms of like mix wise, like I like it's already where I would prefer it to be in terms of like the loudness. So I just turn up my wave so that I can see, because before it just looked like nothing was there, and I'll accidentally delete that because I'm like, oh, I ain't even nothing right there, so let me just delete it. The only problem with that is that for the tracks that are pretty much healthy, I would say, it makes it'll just color this whole thing if I bring it up like that, you see. So I'm gonna bring this back down for the for the purpose of like just seeing that right there, and I'll just normalize. I don't have to, but in some instances, like in the terms of mixing, it could be too low, and I'll just bring the entire volume down. It's kind of like what I do. So I'm just go ahead and normalize, and I'll just bring the volume down. So now we can see what's going on. You know what I mean? Now, like it's like a little flute thing, but it still kind of goes with the percussion section because the way that it's chopped, like it's accenting the snare or rim shots. So I'll be sure it's in the building. What up, man? Okay, let's work on the drums. Let's work on the drums. The drums is a little bit too dry. We need to get them beef this. All right. So what we're gonna do here, so we're working on the drums. I'm gonna put a reverb on here. I'm just thinking of the reverb that I would like to use. Let's try the neo verb. I'm gonna put it on the snare. That sounds good, just out of the box. gosh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. That hit it for me right there. Yeah, I just only want that on the snare. And why is the reverb next to it? That's interesting. Okay. Gonna call it drum verb. I'm gonna bring it up some. You know what I mean? It's kind of. I want to get some of that low end out a little bit. Yeah, like that. Okay. You can kind of hear it in the width. You know, I don't really care for the reverb to be next to it, so keep effects on the right. Yeah, that's how I like it. I think a lot of things happen in some updates. Like keep that on all the way to the right. I don't want it included. Okay. I want a little bit like do something on the toms, and I could just bring these over. Let's say, yeah, that's a cool thing. I could just drag and drop. Boom, it's there. You know, see what torque can do on that one. Let's see. Let's see about putting it on this. Right there. Put it compressor. Actually, let's get this one on here. Yeah. Let's get this API joint on here. Let's get the rack time. Ooh, oh my gosh, that's it right there. That's it right there. That's fat right there. I like it. That's it. That's it there. That's what I'm looking for. Yup. Sticks, what up? What's up? Touch tone. Yep. I want to add a little bit a little like, I don't know, something on the crash. Yeah, I need something on that crash. Like, I don't know what I'm looking for, but should I put an API on that one? So like a stereo for the crash. I don't know what it's gonna sound like. I don't know. Let's see if there's something. Let's say overhead, because usually overhead mics is what take care of the crash, to be honest. Nah, I don't know. All it did was just increase the value. I wonder if I could put torque. If I put torque, but I want torque stereo though. Let me save this before I put this on here. I don't know what the live means, but okay. I've never used torque on crash cymbals. You say, is that unity matched? I don't know. No? This is a beautiful track. Those going to like the sounds on, and believe it or not, Mellow Man, that's the reason why I'm working on this, because I've already gotten a few interests, people that are interested in this thing. I'm like, you know what? Let me just go ahead and finish this thing, man. Get it ready to send out, because people grabbing for it, or people want it. So let me see, organic what? Live. See, I don't even know what that means. Okay, right here. Yeah, I I never used torque this way. Let me see. Maybe there's a difference. You know, I can always like decrease the pitch. Let me take this off, man. Let me take that off. I can always just say, yeah, give me like a semitone lower than this. Oh, good, Kenny. Okay. Let's see. I do know I want to put EQ on. Well, it's already EQ, duh. Okay, that sounds a little better. Starting to sound weak now. Let me see. Change that. Sounds a little bit better. I want to put See, I'm afraid to bounce this down. The bass part, I think I'm okay with the bass part. Okay. What I could do is I could just bounce down the I'll do this. Let's see. Nah. I don't want to do it that way. Cause it's trying to. Maybe I should though. Render all channels. I don't want to do that. Render insert. Preserve. File 1 or 2. Yeah. Yeah, that works. That works for me. So basically what I did was like, why is it? What the heck is going on there? Okay. So basically, what I did was I rendered the bass down to audio, but the MIDI is still in here. So if I need to pull this out for any reason to create another track with the same notes, I can do that. That's the whole point of this, or what I just did a few seconds ago. So, yeah, so that's the bass. I want to put a compressor on the bass. Let's put a compressor on there. Compressor. Let's put a. Oh boy, what did I just do? Oh, it's an ulterior. Okay, that works. A picky bass. Yeah. All right, it's time to get this one out. It's time to. So I'm gonna show you guys. Okay. This will be a good time to show you guys how to. And this is one of those things that Studio One can do or does the best. Well, not the best because I don't really know what the other programs can do in terms of this. But basically, I can get the drums out or whatever, channel by channel or note by note, and export it just like I did the other drums. So let me see how do I want to do this? Do I want to I thought I had a key command. Yeah. Pack and bounce. I got a key command for this, guys. It's the macro. I'm gonna show y'all something. So to get all of these is actually exploding to pictures. That's what we're finna do. But we're also going to bounce each of these down in one click. I don't know if y'all ready for that. All right, y'all ready? Y'all let me know if y'all ready for it. What's up to everybody, by the way? Thanks for watching. If you haven't had a chance to hit the thumbs up, I appreciate it. Thumbs up on this video and subscribe. All right, we got 10 people watching out of 10 of y'all. Are y'all ready? Let me know. So this is when I hit this button. It's going down. Actually, make a video of the macro. Man, I can show you that freely. All it is just this is all I'm doing. It's oh, that's the wrong one. That's packing the folder and setting it to a auxiliary channel. That's the wrong one. I was about to show y'all the wrong one. Oh, you know what? I don't even know if I have a macro for that. Now that I'm thinking about it, I could build one. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to do here is this. That's what I just did. That's a key command, by the way. So that means on this one, right? That's separate. That's separate. That's separate. But all of these was, all of those was that's in one instrument though. But what I can do here, let's go back. Right, that's one instrument and that's in Kontakt. So I could build a quick macro if I don't. I thought I already had one, but that's fine because I could create one real quick. So basically, to create a quick macro to that one will just be simply going to the macro organizer, which is new, by the way. Well, I think it looked like it's been in here for a while. But anyway, if I build a new one, so the first thing we want to do is explode two pitches. Yeah. Right. Let's add that. Then the next thing I wanted to do is bounce in place. You know what? I don't think that's going to work. Bounce selection, because I don't know if all of them are still selected after that. But let's do it. Let's try it. Let's try it. If it don't work, we can just edit it. We're going to say explode pitch 2.0. What do we just call it that? Let's see what happens. Explode pitch 2.0. And I can assign that up here. Let me see. Track the goods. Okay. I can easily sign that up here. Say new page. Go to LMO. Okay. Let's say add new button. New button. Let's assign a macro. And then we're going to just look for explode 2.0. Bam. And then we can just quickly just readjust the name. I'll just name it that. All right, let's see if it works. So, it's working. It is working. Look at that. So it's taking each of these and it's doing it on its own. Exploding and bouncing in place each individual. That is crazy. That is crazy. I don't know what else to tell y'all. That is just crazy. You said it's called Dissolve in Cubase. By the way, what's up, Taxi? There you go. There you have it, guys. Bam. It took care of it. I don't have to go to each individual track to do jack because it did it for me. See that? See that? And now all I got to do is just go and label it. Right? So now I could say, okay, what is this? So that's the kick. Right? And then this one was a shaker. And this one is rim shot. The percussion. Which one was this one? I'm just naming stuff randomly. So this one was I don't even know what this one was. Oh, right here. I'll just call it smoke. Okay. And then this one was I'll call it symbol generic because it sounds generic to me. But it worked for now. Now, here's the next macro command. We're going to take these tracks and go for that button that I was going to press earlier. So we're going to say pack this. You see that? So it packed it for me, but not only did it pack for me, it created a bus. So when you pack a folder, you usually have to go here and say add bus channel. Those are like two separate moves. So I created a macro to do it for me. So it's only one button now for me. So bam, there you go. So that means that it'll come up in my session as this. And then I can I'll select that for my icon because it's like coming from that. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm going to delete those. I'm committing to my sound, like what I want to hear. Maybe we'll get this a different color, maybe. I don't know. So now it's like individual. Now when you send this off to a mix engineer, this stuff kind of matter or it don't mean nothing. The cool thing about this is, the other thing, if you're paying attention, when you export everything out like this, when you export all stems, like these are all the individual tracks to everything. But I don't have to give the mix engineer all of this. I can just deselect all of these and just give him the folder where it says drum 40s kit. I could just get him and that will print as a stereo file versus individual kick, shaker, rim shot, tom, the kick, whatever, smoke. You know what I mean? But you have to go in and make sure you click those things or unclick things. That's how that works. So that's kind of cool if you want to do it that way. So in my case, and you will do it that way if you don't want the mix engineer to have control over mixing the way that they want for that particular instrument or that particular thing. So yeah, I'm just setting it up to send. I'll send them this. I don't know. I'll send individual for everything. Maybe, I don't know. It depends on what I'm doing. But they can come back, but like, hey man, can you give us the printout of these sounds individually? Then I can say, okay, no problem. I'll go back and just export them out with one button. There's no need to I don't know if any of you guys do this, but solo one and then you bounce the whole thing out and then come back and unsolo this and then come and solo that. I don't know if anybody do that, but there's no need to do that because there's an export function. This is the export stem window. And then there's an actual export bounce window. This is exporting the mix down. So this would be like MP3, WAV file. This is exporting down the entire project as a stereo file. But those are two different windows though. I don't know if y'all knew that. This is export, where you have control over individual files, and then you can again choose the format and sample rate, resolution, and it's still the same options like between the loop, controlling the range of the track from start to end or from this marker to this marker. All of these are still available there. I agree with you, Mello. You said, I wish Cubase would take a couple of pages out of Persona's book. We'll see what happens when they drop 13. I'd say the thing with these dolls, man, it's like a back and forth thing. Like, you got users that bounce back and forth. People will bounce over here to Studio One in no time because Studio One does this better. And vice versa. People will bounce from Studio One over to Cubase because Cubase do something better, or it does something that Studio One don't do at all. It's like people these days are finicky. Nobody just remain. I'm kind of like that to a certain extent, but for me, it would be more so based on the whole concept of a DAW. I don't jump because of one feature. I jump because of the workflow. So I guess that would make me different. But I know that I recognize that Cubase does a lot of things that Studio One doesn't do. And I was thinking about jumping over there, but I just said, Studio One is going to be my version of Cubase. And rightfully so. It makes sense. The developers came over from Cubase and made Studio One. So it just makes sense that Studio One does remind a lot of people of Cubase. Depending on what history you're familiar with, because to some people, like newcomers, has no clue what's going on. They just look for the easiest and the most convenient. Um, Again, depends on who you are. Workflow is definitely more important. Which is why I feel like it's my duty to do these type of videos, because I'm showing you guys like workflow. And some of you guys probably have never seen Studio One in this way. Going a little bit more in details as to actually getting this up ready for professional, to believe it or not, I'm preparing this joint to send to a label, but at the same time I'm still working on the beat or polishing it up, making it make sense, So anyway. Let's clean it up. I think I want to hear that one. I don't want this to be so. Probably hit the human button. Let's see. I don't know if y'all noticed what I just did, but I just hit the human button and it just changed. Those are probably coming in too early. That's what I was hearing. Yeah, both of these are coming in too early, so we're gonna change like that. Yeah. Maybe not. Change a little louder. This one's probably too loud. Yeah, it's a lot better. This is too early. Like that. This one's too early. This one needs to be humanized a little bit more. And a little delay on it like that. Cleaning things up. That's fine. Oh, that's too early right there. Actually, I'm gonna add add a compressor. Yeah. So in order to get these, because these are Kontakt That's the other thing. So if you work with Kontakt like this, to remember that it's a Kontakt instrument, you gotta like make some kind of note in here that they are Kontakt, because I'm gonna add this one in here. What is this? It's not doing nothing. So we can get rid of it, right? I think. Let's make sure. Yeah, let's get rid of it. I don't need it. See, I like my joints clean. You know what I mean? This is the reason why I make notes, because I don't want to accidentally erase things. I can also just hide this. Like, that's another thing you could do in here. So, yeah. Just to clean it. I don't want to delete it. What is this? Oh, I need to figure out what that is. Okay. That was an old bass line I did. Huh, let's see. Nope. Let's take it out. Don't need it. I definitely want to send this to the reverb. It might be okay, but definitely, I can do one or two things right now. I can put it. I'm going to put compressors on the guitar to kind of like make it slap a little bit harder, or I can just commit to it and bounce it down as a wave, so that I don't have to deal with the instrument. That's one of those battles. I think I'm okay with what I did, so I have to commit to something. You have to commit to something. You have to get to that point. So, with that being said, I don't know if I'm ready. I'm not ready. It's too soon. It's too soon. Mr. Piano, what's happening? He said Studio One don't want to run on your last operating system. It keeps crashing. Yeah, you said your computer is slow. I have to bounce my virtual instruments. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely worth having a computer that can handle these type of things, especially when you're music production. This is not saying that you don't know what you're doing, but I just want to share this with any and everybody who's paying attention and who would love this tip. But basically, when you're doing music production, you definitely want to, if music production, beat making is a hobby to you, then don't worry about what I'm about to say, because it's just a hobby. You just threw something on your system just to make beats, right? But if you are a serious music producer, then here are some of the tips that I would love to share with you and hope that it help your journey. When you are doing things like this, it is important that you put all of your virtual instrument content library on an external hard drive. The external hard drive that you need is a 7200 RPM hard drive. That is the fastest speed that you can buy for a hard drive that has a spin disk, or the HHD, right? Before you go solid state, of course. If you get a solid state drive, then you're good to go. You're not really concerned about speed, although they are regulated at different speeds, different models, different brands. They have blah, 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 blah. But a solid state drive any day is faster than a 7200 RPM spin disk drive. You know, the one that it needs a fan to cool things off and all types of issues. Anyway, those drives, the spin, I like to call them spin drives because there's a disc in there that spins. That's my nickname for it. But I mean, those drives are cheaper, and I still have a bunch of them. They're just cheaper. Like I bought there's just a 6 terabyte drive for $100, under 100, something like that, something around there. You know, try to buy a SSD at that terabyte volume. You're gonna be spending like $300, $400, $500, $600, depending on the brand, of course. You know, different brands have different prices, whatever. But when you're doing music production, serious music producers have a hard drive dedicated to content for this type of stuff, right? Don't put it on your main internal drive. This is the reason why. Because your internal drive is responsible for, one, running the DAW. It is responsible for running your programs. Number two, anything else that it's doing is doing that too. Like the Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or analyzing stuff in the background, things that you don't know about. Like it's doing a bunch of stuff on it. So why would you stream your audio as well on the same system that is doing all these other things? And that's what slows your systems down. And also, like when you fill your computer up to capacity, meaning like you got pictures on it, you got videos on it, you got all types of music on there, and you got this and that and the third on there, other programs with all of their other stuff on there. And if your internal drive capacity is almost filled to capacity, it will slow your computer down tremendously. So that's why you want to have a external drive connected so that you can offload all of that stuff onto an external drive, leave that over there on a separate network, separate from your system. That way you leave your hard drive optimized and you increase your performance of your computer when you do it that way, right? That's a tip for some of you guys. It's not to get at you, bro. J Beast, what up, man? You said you got cheap SSD. Okay, that's what's up. Even if your computer has SSD in there as the internal drive, I personally will still refrain from, because you know how people think, oh man, I got SSD as my internal drive, and I got 1 terabyte, I got 2 terabyte, as my internal. So people just like, man, I can do music. I can do all these things because my internal drive is big enough to hold all. And yeah, it's big enough to handle it. But still, I personally would never use my internal drive to do all of these things. I like to just leave the computer designated for the things that it has to do. Like when you using plugins, those plugins have to live on the internal drive. For instance, Kontakt itself, the plugin, have to live on the computer to run it, but the content from it, meaning like all of my bass, drums, and whatever that is associated, I have all of is reading the content from my external drive. That's how I am doing these, and that's how I can have like 100+ tracks in here, and then not really slow my. I mean, it'll slow it down because it's 100 tracks, of course. I mean, come on, but my system can handle a lot more. But I know where you're coming from, Mr. Piano, because I've had the pleasure of working on systems that are slow, older, and things like that, and so I've already gotten into the habit. Actually, when I started doing music, I was working on systems that the drive was not big enough to do nothing. So I always is this workflow is baked into my system because I have opened up projects where it just wouldn't work because of the spikes in the CPU. So I've been there. So that's why I work like this. Me battling if I want to, because what I'm doing is not really necessarily the thing of me like saving CPU. It's just really preparing myself if I want to do it now, so I don't have to do it later. Because if I send this out to the label, they're gonna ask for those tracks, and then I have to come back in here and do them then. And depending on what happens or when I need to do this down the line, these virtual instruments update sometimes. So things won't sound the same sometimes, right? Things change. Things change. And if you got them bounced already, then you protect the future. You protect the sound. There are some cases where the track sounds better. It's like, man, okay, that's not what I remember, but it's a lot better due to the update. But if you are one of those people who is protective of your sound, your craft, you be the one to control how this stuff sounds, then you should bounce it in place, bounce it down. That way, the bounce down, the printed version never loses its soul. It never loses its touch. He said the spin drive had issues communicating with the SSD drive because of the SSD is so fast and the spin drive is so slow. So you get this weird lag and delay on things. Man, I'm telling you, I think I've experienced that. Yeah, I know what you're saying. I think it depends. I think it depends. Like this drive right here, this is a spin drive right here. I don't use it often, but it's an extra drive for just laying around. I have a couple things on here, but I don't really care for this drive because of that reason. Like it just does something weird. And I'm a lacy guy. Like most of my drives that I have are, well, it used to be lacy. I've kind of updated my mindset that lacy is not the only drive. But when you say lacy, lacy is known for the music. I tell people that I have a lacy drive. Like you a music producer, ain't you? I was like, yeah. So it's like people know that music producers. Like if you go somewhere and you prefer the lace drive, like they already know. Oh yeah, you do music. Because nobody else asks for no lacy drive. Like most people go in, and the first thing you see most times is Western Digital, the WD drives. You go in and ask for a lacy drive, bruh. Really? Come on. Like, so I used to get that. But I still have a couple lacy drives. Like I have the Porsche design drive. Those are like 5T. No. 1T. Between those. I don't know. Don't remember. They're somewhere around here. But they have a lot of stuff I do have done on those drives. But I have the it was a little bonus. I do have a Samsung. Is it what is this? It's a little Samsung thing. I'm gonna see how far I can pull this out before it can't reach all the way in the frame. But yeah, this is this little Samsung thing here. It's a little bit thing. It's 1 terabyte. This is an SSD, 1 terabyte. This is like pocket size, portable. I just throw it in my pocket if I'm going somewhere or whatever. This is the drive that I use for like immediate stuff that I'm working on. What's up, Hit Creator? What's up? Lacey Seagate. Right, exactly. Seagate drive. Lacey's just the front, of course. I think I have a Seagate like internal drive in the casing to be cheap. You could do it that way too. You could buy an internal drive and case it to change the port to go straight. Anyway, anyway, that's how I did my I'm sitting here thinking. I bought a black drive. I think it's Western Digital. I bought a black internal drive made for gaming. And I bought a case for it that changed the ports. It converted the ports to USB. And that's how I'm able to cheat, so to speak. Like I'm cheating. Like, bro. So I got it like some dollars off. You know what I'm saying? Like, those internal drives are cheaper, bro. But if you can buy the case, if you can do the work, you buy the case for it, you can get kind of the same result. So that's what I did. I bought a case for it. But the SSD drive I use that for immediate projects, like stuff I'm working on like a month out or whatever. Like, and if I'm done with it, once I submit those projects, it got to improve. They're good. It's in the works. It's been released. It's making money. Blah 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 blah. They doing shows using that. You know what I'm saying? It's like that project is done. Then at that point, I archive that joint off to another drive, and they're just sitting there until it needs to be recalled. You know, I try to save all of my work, but it's no longer needed to be on my SSD drive because it's just taking up space. So I just keep a drive for what I'm working on currently, and then just offset. So that for me just eliminates me buying a bigger and bigger and bigger drive because I'm doing more and more and more and more. No, I'll just have a drive for archive purpose that handles all of the things I've done over the years. And to a certain extent, that also protects you because you're not constantly plugging in that drive, or it's not constantly in use. You know what I mean? The use of anything, when it's, you know, wear and tear, it wears out a drive. You know, if the drive is always on, eventually it's gonna die. I also try to back up those drives too, so I have like 2 copies of the same thing in archive. That way, if anything happens to one drive, it don't happen. You know what I mean? Like that type of thing. I'm also working on another system to back up stuff. Like I'm always trying to improve my setup and what I do to further protect myself. Because I've been through some stuff, man. I've been through some stuff. Say when I upgrade Samsung the 2 TB portable SSD Glyph. Glyph is another name that's used in the industry. Glyph are very expensive, super expensive, which is why what I did because I realized, and this, to me, this works for me. Like it's a smarter way to work. Like the SSD drive is obviously a lot more expensive than the HDD drive. So because of that, I'm not going to go and buy a 5T SSD for what? At some point, I will for like converting everything over in terms of like workflow, like to speed up things. But I'm okay right now. I probably should do that, but I'm okay with running all of my libraries off of a spin disk. My spin disk is sitting in one spot. I'm not moving it around. It's not portable. It sits there, connected to the computer at all times. I also turn it off when I'm not using it. That's the other thing. I turn that thing off because I don't want the fan in it to die. The drive cuts off, I think, but the fan keeps spinning because it's not built for external purposes. I be finding ways to get by. I'm a tech head, man. And I also have friends that show me stuff too. So yeah, Apple has a history of always doing stuff without telling people anything. We right here, get an update for this, and the tech people wake up one morning and it's like, what? We just made our stuff to compete or to we just updated our system to work well. We finally got all the bugs and kinks out to work with where it was. And then the next day, Apple announced something new that they're doing. Yeah, Apple is known for that, man. It is a known fact. There's nothing new there. All right. If y'all enjoying yourself, got new people that's joining. We're gonna get back to the music. We're gonna get back to it. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Yeah. I kind of do the same thing. It depends on what I'm doing. Sometimes it takes me like a couple of years before I update to anything. Currently, right now, my system is running. What is this? Ventura. I think that's one of the latest operating systems. I kind of had to do it because otherwise I'll still be on Big Sur or something else. I pause. Sometimes I pause at a update for a long time because it's useless. It don't really make sense for me to keep updating my system because if everything works, everything works. It's like I have no issues. But there are sometimes certain things go outdated, and it's like, oh, and I gotta update my system. And then you run into like, I hope everything still works after I update it. It just so happened. I'm gonna tell y'all what's been happening recently. I think ever since Big Sur. And it might be an update before then, but ever since Big Sur, everything remains the same. It's the same. Like the coding for things, because usually when you update, and which is why we take so long to update, because when you do that, you run the risk of incompatibility for some stuff that you're using, and then you gotta wait for that company to catch up to be compatible with the latest update. But recently, I'll say for me, in my experience, since Big Sur, things never changed. Like, even though most of the companies never say that they support Ventura, they still work with no problem, with no issues. So it's not like a real big overhaul update that Apple has been doing. I think it's just like stuff here and there, but it's not really a just rip out everything and just totally replace things. I've been there though. I would say most of my softwares has been okay. Nothing broke. Everything runs perfectly. So I will say that. But there was a reason why I had to do that. But there was a time. But I mean, yeah, I'm the same way, you know. When it comes to like programs like Studio One, I stay updated. I'm sorry, I stay updated because I'm interested in the new stuff, and I'm a content creator, so I kind of have to stay on top of on some of that stuff. So, you know, with other softwares and what, because you know, if you don't, you run into bugs and stuff hanging, stuff like that. You gotta stay updated. So, but it is a known fact in the industry that like everybody don't update. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. That's not most of the studios, professional studios, are probably still running Leopard, something like that. Like you know, they're running like these old operating systems. They don't, because it works. There's nothing broken. Everything remains the same. You know, and I'm probably exaggerating, but Leopard is like 10 years ago. But yeah, there are some studios out here that still do the same. That they still do that. Absolutely. Like I say, I'm slow to it too, but um, I'm also a tech guy. Like I know how to get around the system. I know how to do certain things. You know, I have like reasons why I do certain things. Yeah, I'm not one of those guys that just jump at every update like, oh my gosh. Especially if you're in the middle of the project, never do that, because you run the risk of something not working when you complete that update. So yeah, never do that. You said Sweetwater Tech is number one. I agree. You said you wish they stayed with leopard. I had to disagree with you on that one. Yeah, I'll have to kind of disagree with you on that one because I'll tell you some of the reasons why I upgrade. Because of, like, as a producer, the things that I do, I'm all about workflow, right? So I think, so for instance, leopard, there's certain things you weren't doing with leopard, like taking a picture and copying the text on it. Like, who does that? I could take a picture of a building outside and there'd be a sign on that building, and I can like copy the wording on that sign. Leopard, you couldn't do that. Because I'm also a graphic designer too, and or content creator, period. Like, copying stuff from pictures is a great big deal for me, what I do here. Also, like, when I do thumbnails lately, the way I've been doing it, like, I'll take a picture of myself and have it up there. Like, with the updates, I can take a cutout of myself and just airdrop it to the computer, and it works. So it's like I don't even have to do that long process that we used to do. Like, I utilize technology to do what I got to do. Like, that's just, you weren't doing that in Leopard. So, but I get it though. Like, everybody has different approach, different reasons why they like or dislike things. There's some other things why I like, bro. I took a screenshot of something on here, and there was an option to add it to photos from my Mac. And within seconds, I looked at my phone and it was there. So I'm thinking like, oh, so I don't have to airdrop no more. Photos at least. Like, it's just right here. Like, what? I didn't realize that was a feature, but I'll be using it more. So I'm an Apple person. So it makes sense to people like me. That's probably the other reason. Like, everything I do is Apple based products. And it just works. Yeah, Mr. Piano been in the game. He been in the game for a minute. I was checking his channel out the other day, and I was like, okay. okay. He's doing what he does. Yeah, Mr. Piano ain't new to this. He ain't don't sleep on him, you know. He knows his piano very well. I believe Mr. Piano been following the channel for like a long time, because I remember his name. It just recently he popped back up. Like, so this was like some years ago, I think. Maybe Piano can tell you, but he came back like man, I missed this channel, you know. Oh, that's what's up, bro. Said I take so much time with people. People get to check out people and stuff at the top of the game. Yeah, man. That's what I do, man. I just like helping people, or just showing people, hoping to inspire. That's the space I'm in, just inspiring people. I think I'm gonna dedicate I don't want to dedicate. I don't want to do it. So I'm gonna just keep it going. But we're gonna put a 76 on here, though. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pan these joints. I wanna get this morph in here. I'm gonna put a don't okay, let me get I want a red. Or should I go for the okay, let's see what the red. Oh my gosh. Okay, that's the wrong one. Oh, I see. Okay. Can't use that. I ain't pay my bill. My slate bill. I gotta pay my slate bill. See, that's the other thing too. Like if you don't pay your bill, bro, it's all good. Cause I'm trying to think of what else I can use that you know what? I do have, let me see. SSL compressor. Yeah, that's it right there. That's what I want. Man, that kick is like crazy. I'm gonna show y'all something else too. This is also what helps when you put an EQ and you side chain them. That's how you see. Like I'm gonna pin this. I'm gonna side chain this to the bass. Yeah, I like that. Solid right there. So when you side chain the EQ, you can see both frequencies at the same time. So I know that bass is hovering over the, what is that, 70, 60 hertz right there. Yeah, I was right. 76. I ain't even looked at this. So I'm pulling back. You can also achieve this with a compressor too. Like you can do sidechain with compressor, but this is on a duck. But I don't want to duck anything right now. Not yet. Yeah. What's up, 803? one. QQ2. You know what else I'm gonna do on these drums? Wait a minute. Okay. Means I need to move this over. Yeah, that joint was like hidden. Turn this back up. Yeah, that's fat right there. Like it. And I don't even have to put the compress on the snare because it's already there. It's like it's cracked. It's cracked the way I like it, actually. Alright, let me see what this sounds like if I put a Kramer tape on this joint. Okay. Definitely clean it up, actually. Take it here. It just add a little warmth to it. I'm gonna add add this balance control to the post just to see where we at. Yeah, I kind of figured I could do better on the highs. What would you call this? R&B soul. Yeah. I am bass heavy. But I could do things like this. Ozone 10. Just where are you? Where are you? I should have told y'all to protect your ears because things are increasing. And this is how I do things sometimes. Just making room for clarity, you know what I mean? So we got to fix this low end. It's definitely crowded. Yeah, it's definitely crowded. Yep. So I know what I got to do. So I'm gonna re-EQ. I'm gonna re-EQ the pads, because the pads is thick. It's really thick on the bottom. Like if I put a spectrometer here, it's got all of this here. I don't need that. So, well, for the mix purpose. So what I'm gonna do here, I could widen it. You know what? I'm gonna do that. Cause I like this. See, this Murder Melodies for this purpose. Oh come on now. Really? I knew that was gonna happen. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Yeah, don't it? Still the one loves me. Man, it's got a weird way of showing me. But yeah, I do. Yeah. I mean, it broke. I know why it broke too, because of I put the man. I gotta pay my slate bill, man. I thought Murder Melodies was a free plugin, so that means, dang, I got to figure something else out. Use something else to widen it. And it's crazy. All right, we loading up Studio One again. This is that love and hate relationship I have. Is like what I'm able to do in Studio One right now is bar none. I'll be pulling my teeth out trying to do what I'm doing here. And to trust the sound, the process here. Okay, we got everything back up. So when you putting plugins in here, like these hungry son of a pieces, hungry son of BGs. Are you serious? It didn't save what I did. It didn't say what I did. I don't know how to feel about that. Okay, I'm gonna commit to this one right here. I'm gonna commit to that one because I know that halftime definitely is murdering. It's doing some murdering. This track, I know it takes up some CPU, so we're just gonna group those together. bounce those in place. Okay. I can get rid of this one altogether. This was, yeah, that was arcade. So yeah, arcade do be using stuff. Let's put a, and if you're really concerned about your CPU, enable the event effect deal. Come back in here and do it all over. What can you do? So Nick will say he can cook. Y'all better get off of him. I use this here just for a reference, but I don't really follow it to the T, because Okay. Let's go with the. Put this back in the middle. Gotta be able to identify. Well, I've been doing this for so long, I just kind of know. Like, how do you know to turn the drums down? I do. why I don't like committing, like real, like immediately, because I hear something in here that I can adjust. What's up, Cornell? Okay, so in here, we're going to. We're going to think that we're playing something. Guess it don't go no harder than that. I like that. Dun, dun. I wonder if I have to automate this. Yeah, Kontakt streams. RJ, what up? What up? What up? What up? I thought I put an EQ on this, man. I did. Yeah, we don't need the low end. I say the low end sounds a lot better. thing. One thing I do want to do. I do want to compress and take the side chain from the kick. Yeah. Contain a little bit better. I get to decide which one I want to keep and which one I don't. Let's see. You know what? With that little deal in there, a little lead. We're gonna take everything back to the top instead of going straight to the hook because it's too long. So with that being said, strings. Let's see. How is this affecting me? Yep, it's affecting me. Let's get that. Okay. I promise you, I will be laying there for 10 minutes. I'm not lying. I will be laying there for 10 minutes. But because I'm streaming, I got to keep a smile on my face and keep it moving and reload this thing. Hmm. Okay. Um. Okay. Let me catch up with these questions while Studio One is loading. Man, y'all done had a full conversation and I wasn't even paying attention. It just go by so fast. Okay. Let me go back up. Um. RJ, appreciate that, man. The transition was clean. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. But let's say it is the way to go if you're doing film scoring. Damn, these background streams. How long you produce for? I've been producing for a long time. Like, let's say like 30 plus years. Um, does he get feedback or advice? Yes, I do. I do that. We like everyone was mentioning. We do have a community where that stuff takes place in the community, where you can ask what you will and get an answer from the community. It's an interaction. It's like a full community participation, and you are allowed to post your beats there for critique purposes. And if you want me to give my thoughts on it, you definitely have to tag me in that beat because of so much stuff that happens in the group. I'm not always following everything to the T like that because there's conversations that happen and I just come in and I myself be so lost with what's going on. So I have to like do some scrolling to figure out what's going on. But I mean, yeah, I do that. I do say my thoughts are, but you gotta be ready for my thoughts because I keep it 100. I'm not gonna tell you dope and you not dope. I'm so when I say things, sometimes it'll come off as harsh depending on where you are, critique wise. Like if you can accept someone that's been in the industry for a moment, the raw, you know. And I'm gonna also say this: I'm not saying that I'm like the dude, like I'm that guy. I do not proclaim to be that guy. It's just that my ears are seasoned, if you say, if you will. But even seasoned ears can fall short. You know, sometimes the industry is moving in a direction where we're not ready sometimes, and we can miss what's going on. You know, the wave, like where things are taking off. It happens all the time. Like you got the older heads in the industry, and they can say one thing about your music and not understand that that's the new wave that's coming, and then before you know it, it's like it's the new thing that's happening. But I try to stay on top of everything in terms of like sound. Like I know quality. I know quality when I hear it. I know quality when I see it. I've been around for quite some times. I myself, my sound has evolved. You listen to stuff I did 10 years ago, it sounds different from what I'm doing now. I evolved. You can't be afraid to evolve. You know, so yeah. 803 says it best. It's a bunch of music veterans. So we all, between all of us in there, we can tell you something. Okay, let's. I think this did crash on us 2 times so far. Who's keeping the count? Ooh, it's loading with the backup, which is always a good thing. This is the part that's scary. Okay. I think we okay. I think we okay, guys. Mm, see it. Gosh. Um. Luckily, because I did wave. What happened to my strings, man? Man, maybe I should have bounced them down. Oh, I know what I did. It's on my keyboard, this touch thing. Man, what did I do? Okay, I mean we are on sustains. I don't know what happened. Huh. Something says bounce it. Just bounce it, man. It ain't gonna hurt you. Okay. So now when I duplicate this, let's see what it sounds like. Actually, I want that whole, I need that to open up a little bit more. So we're going to say gain envelope. Like right there. So we're at 2 minutes. Okay, that's the Utopia joint. Huh. I'm gonna put another effect on that. All right. So I'm gonna do something special for this one. All right, let's bounce that down. We're gonna do some signal, audio signal type stuff. Okay. Mr. Ron, what's up, man? I know, guys. I know. Sorry. That just came so unexpected. But it's cool. Let's bring it down some over here. I like that. I like that.
Ooh, oh, 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 ooh, oh, ooh, oh, my, when, where, when, where, why?
Don't you leave me, baby, don't you you're everything, you're everything. Whoa, 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 whoa. Lose control, make my heart better together. I've been, oh, yeah, yeah. Going too fast
just to see you, baby. Ooh, I don't know the reason. Don't come running.
I'm starting not to like this scent right here. What if I did something like this? This is where it started to get interesting, because I actually like that. I like it. That just gave me an idea. right, I'm gonna bounce that. So I'll just put like little ambient stuff here, and it's not, you know, just bring it down the volume. It's like in the background somewhere. Probably like pan like this. Something like that. And then give it somewhere to. Yeah. That's how you do it. It's not so abrasive, you know what I mean? like it. Variation. Oh yeah, that is where kind of like it, but I feel like it's doing too much. I'm gonna send this version out. I think I'm good. I think I got everything I was trying to do. I think. I still feel like it's something missing. Hey man, if I can plug my drums like me playing, I would do that. I would rather do that on everything that I do. I used to do that when I was living in Chicago at that time because my living situation was a little bit different. But I am trying to get back to that. When I get to that, guys, where I can plug my drums in and mic them joints and like get back to how I like to do. I've been doing things like this, like in the box for like a very long time, but I am a drummer. And when I can start recording like I want to, bro, everything will change. I can promise you that. Everything would change dramatically. Dramatically. So, until then, we're just doing. And then these drums in here sounds really good. The Superior drummers, I use that a lot. I can mount that thing to trigger. Well, I have an electric kick too, so I can also plug in my electric kit to trigger the drums in here if I choose to just use the drums inside of here. But I really want to get back to recording my drums and doing things that way. But yeah, definitely. That's the thing. Knowing when and like when you're a musical person, knowing when to stop is probably one of the hardest things to do. Knowing when to stop. I feel like I'm not done with this. I feel like the hook part of this song comes in too late. But that's not the only hook. There's two hooks in here. The ones where I worked on the most, bringing in the little bell chops and vocal, whatever. That is one version. That's like the first verse. I mean, the first hook. In my head, I have it envisioned where the artist will do something unique, in that area, and then the big hook with the drums come in a little later on, which might be like the highlight of the song, which could be good and bad, meaning that if that's the highlight of the song, at the very end, mentally, it makes people want to listen to the song again, just to hear that part. I have songs like that in my arsenal that I wait till they get to a certain part and be like, man, this is the best part. But the other parts matter as well, because the other parts is like, it's soothing, it's like, it's so dope, and it leads up to that point where it only happens one time in the song. So that's kind of my concept here, leading up to a part where this only happens one time in the song, and that's it. So hey man, you said something right there though. I've worked with several keyboard players that I kind of help out, because just because you're a musician, just because you know how to play, doesn't make you a producer, a beat maker. You know what I mean? Because there is a whole nother side to production versus being in somebody's church playing the song. Usually you have all of the band parts with you. You got the drummer, you got the horn section, you got the guitar, you got the bass, you got the organ, you got the piano, you got the Rhodes. You already got everything. Everybody's playing one part and everybody doing their thing. And they have different things that they're doing at different points of the song. The verse, the hook, the vamp, the breakdown, whatever, the intro. You got, everybody's doing something different, and you usually just following what's the guidelines that's already laid out for you. The songwriter already, the producer of that song already did the work for you. All you doing is learning the song. You play it on Sunday, But when it comes down to like production, I've worked with a lot of them that don't understand that concept where you need to just make variation, break it down instrument wise. And then the other thing is like instrument selection is another thing. Like piano doesn't have to be all the time in the track, or a synth sound. It's like a certain sound that they will pick. Don't always have to be in the track. Like you have to introduce more variation, do something a little bit different. The other thing piano players struggle with is articulating the instrument as it was designed. When you have a guitar sound, you cannot play the guitar like you would the piano. You know what I mean? You just can't do that. It's not cool. When you play the guitar, if there's a guitar part that you add in here, you have to play it like a guitar player. And you know what I mean? And then when they play the bass part, they play like a key bass player, but you can't really do that if you're using, this is all about sound selection. If you're using a real live style instrument, like a bass, acoustic style bass, you can't key bass that stuff. You need a synthesizer or a mood, and that's fine because that's how that's done. But when you are a bass player, there are certain moves a bass player, certain techniques that they would do versus a keyboard player that will go in and just play the bass, play the bass like they would on a piano, because their bass player didn't show up Sunday. So now you doing everything, but you're making piano player moves instead of bass player moves. But I get it, because like a lot of times on the piano, when you doing both things, there's not both of those instruments are, combined in one. I mean, you could do like this, where one keyboard is only for that type of bass, but that makes it harder because now you focusing on chords and what you should be doing, but the bass part is such a art by itself. So you got to have like one of those minds where you can really play, but yeah, that's the thing when it comes to this type of stuff as well. I've been making beats and producing, and so it's just been years that I've been doing it, so I kind of have an idea, but I need to step back and listen to this track and see how I want to articulate, because I need to change out some sounds, or add some more stuff to the break part to make it like this. Still sounds cheesy to me. I need to find something else to put right there to make it sound a lot better, man. Just focus on that, because I don't really care for what it's doing. Said guitar can't play more than 5 fingers or 6 fingers. I had time to strum me. Say, how do I produce? I mean, it depends on what I'm doing. And I do take the term seriously when you say produce. When you are a producer, these are the type of things that you understand about production. Like you understand the full scope of the song and what the song needs, what it don't need. You making decisions based on that. You're like the mind, the brain. You're the brain, like you're the wizard. Yeah, you're the wizard. And there's definitely it just depends. It depends, because you're not only focused on the music, you also focus on the vocals, and you understand what clash. You understand the whole scope. You also spearhead the mix and the mastering process. You know what I mean? It's like a whole thing, but it just really depends on. But it does help to know what a producer does, because if you claim to be in that spot, then it helps you create the music as well. So it's like, what the end result should sound. You have an idea what it sounds like. So you making decisions even in the beginning process. See, when you're a beat maker, I do identify those to be two different things. Beat makers just make beats. The producer comes in and structure things and make things. They turn it into a record, right? A beat maker, and I tend to be in the beat maker position a lot of times, because I'm just doing stuff that sounds good. I'm just putting it in there. But when the artists come in, they do their thing, you have to keep in mind that the beat needs to be a little bit more open for a singer to come in and do their thing. You got to give them a little room to do their thing. You know what I mean? You can't be so much involved in the production. And that's why a lot of times some of the music is more simple. You be listening to like, man, it's only a piano and drums playing on that joint. But depending on what the artist is doing, it fills up the track. It fills up the song. It fill it up. And it be like the most genius thing that ever was done, you know, because it's like, oh, while you are stuck on putting certain elements all the time in songs, that's the other thing. You got to be open. There's certain people like that just have to have certain kind of instruments in songs in order for it to be considered a song. You don't have to put a string instrument in each song. You know, they don't have to be a guitar in each song. It don't have to be a synth. Sometimes it don't even have to be drums in there. Sometimes it don't even need a bass. It just depends on the song, what it's called for, because sometimes the ambience or the frequency of other instruments together creates the bass sound sometimes. Like you can hear it, it's like, man. And then a lot of times as a beat maker, producer, or whatever, you're trying to find something to replicate that bass end that you hear. Sometimes it is calls for where you need to re-emphasize the bass, but sometimes you don't have to. Sometimes it just is there. It's like, I'm not touching it. It's just like being a creative, you got to be open. Well, I'll say sensitive to the process. You got to be open to what the music is telling you. The music speaks. It happens to me all the time. When I'm in here creating, I try to not stick to what I know or what I've learned. Sometimes what I think might not fit. If you listen to the music tells you what it wants. Like, it's so crazy, but that's how it is. It tells you what it needs. When you listen to it, it's like, okay, it needs this. It doesn't need it because you feel like it needs it, because you've been programmed to do that. It needs this particular thing because that's what it is showing you. Is you hear it. You can hear it. That's how a lot of times I'm in here, I'm like, man, I hear the bells. I hear bells. Like, it's not in the track, but I can hear it. So I'll go and search for it and put it in. Then it's like, okay, let me just figure out what I need to do. And then sometimes when you make mistakes, those mistakes become perfection. It's like, whoa, okay, that's dope. That's fire. Let's do that. You know what I mean? And that's just come with like spending time with music and not forcing it. Like, don't force the creativity. You know, just let the music tell you what it's going for. You know what I mean? That's why I can create a drum first, a drum program. I'm talking about, yeah, I mean, that's what it is. But I can create a drum rhythm, a drum pattern, and then I can just listen to it, and it tells me what neat. Like, I need you to go here. And and that's why a lot of times it takes me forever to make these tracks, because one thing I try not to do is recreate something I already done or go the usual route, because that don't work all the time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Arranging. Yeah, that's just me talking. Arranging and directing people is a producer. Said pull up, rise, and hit. You know, I thought about it. I thought about rise and hit, and that's still one of my go-tos. But anyway, I'm going to end the stream because I spent a lot of time in it. But I'm gonna send this off to an artist and see what they think, and we'll go from there. That's how we're gonna do that. Mello, you still here? It's hard for me to think that you were actually paying attention. Or maybe that's what you were doing. You was like, you know what? I'm not gonna type. I'm gonna listen to what he's saying. I like this. Like, that's the hook right here. If the artists know how to treat it, you know what I mean? If the artists know how to treat this section, they understand what I was going for. But we'll see. And then back into the verse. Maybe like going back into the verse. Ding, 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 ding. It's starting to suddenly sound like two different songs to me. I'm gonna be honest, and that's just me allowing myself to be honest with myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm being very honest. Now, there is gonna have to be some type of transition that's gonna have to happen when it goes into the meat, the core of the song. Better transition from the little break part when everything cuts out and go to the next section. It's all about transitions. I don't talk about that much, but it is definitely things that you could put in between sections to just glue things together and make things come alive, or to make it sound more, to make it make sense. You know, there has to be a bridge, not a bridge like bridge. Like creating a bridge in the song, meaning like sound effects, like things that just kind of helps the song. That's what it is. You try to get me to go 10 hours, bro. We've been on here, what? It's about four hours. Yeah, man. The only way you get kicked out of the studio is if you are annoying. And when I say annoying, I hate working with people that's not open. You know, I don't mind collaborating with people, but if it's hard, you know, that's what being an artist is. Like, if you're like the opposite of me, we can't work. I don't like working with assholes. I don't feel that way about you, but I'm just, you know, we in that topic now, you know, just saying, you know, I don't like working with people who is not afraid to try new things. But sometimes sometimes trying new things is like okay, that's enough. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's enough, man. I think we solid right now. We good. You know, like I love exploring things, but like the song will never be over if we keep doing that. You know, always exploring new things. You know, this is just one song. Save the ideas for the next song. Let's explore something for the next song. And that's sometimes I get. That's why I don't complete a lot of tracks because it's like when I like wait, this is dope. This is a new song, and at that point I realize okay, I can't put that in the song, but this sound is dope. But it's inspired me. It's inspired me to do something else. So then I'll go and create a new song, and behold the birth of something else inspired by a random sound because I don't want to like kill that inspiration, you know. So I'll go ahead and quickly. Yeah, closed-minded people are the hardest. Absolutely, I cannot stand people who are just stuck at one way to do things, you know. And that's kind of like what it is sometimes on my streams. People come and be like, "Hey man, you should add this. You should do this. You should do it like that." Nah, man, I wouldn't do that. I would do this. This, like, bro, because you have a certain way you like to, you know, when I do these streams, man, I just hope that people are inspired. You know, you're inspired by what I do. If you're not learning from me, at least it inspire you some kind of way where you go and you create something. You know, even if it's like, man, this dude is whack, and then you just end up going to make a beat because you saw me do it. So you open up your program and make something, and you feel like that's fire, right? I mean, if you know, I did my job. Like I'm not looking for validation from people that way, at least. But I just hope to inspire people, man. And when I'm doing my thing on the streams, man, it's like a lot of times it just be me exploring, finding new things and new ways of doing stuff. Like a lot of the stuff I created on the streams are definitely things I came up with just by allowing myself to be open to the process, open to the art, listening to the art, allowing it to talk to me, allowing the art to teach me when I playing around and I'm listening to it. Like you got to be in sync with the music. You know what I'm saying? Don't force what you know. Don't force what you already learned to make it work. You got to be in sync. You got to listen. This is art, man. You know, and when people come on, sometimes they're forcing their mindset, the way they do things on to me. I don't need that. I don't need that. You know, I don't want that energy from you, bro. Like just sit back, relax, listen to what I'm doing, listen to where I'm going. Then it'll make sense later on. Now, I do take a long time to get there, but still, you know. So you say I like these streams because I get ideas and always seeing a different way of doing something. That's what's up. That's what's up. It's definitely a pleasure you being here, man. Right. I can get to your location a million ways, just not the way one person is telling me. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, man. You know, the end result is creating something amazing. I'll say that. You can articulate that how you want. Dope, hot, fire, crazy, retarded, whack, even. You know, the end result is always a result of where you're trying to go. How you get there, like Mello said, there's a million ways to get there. I'm here teaching you the basics. A lot of times I'm teaching techniques. Like in the top of the stream, I showed y'all a couple of macros, like how to set up macros. Like I feel like that could be useful, you know? Like bam, there you go. You came in for a hot 10 seconds and you picked up something like, man, I didn't know you can do that. And then you go back and you try it. Hey, I did my part. I did my part, man. So yeah, this is pretty much the process, you know. It's pretty much the process right here. So, like I said, I have to listen to this. I'm working on this again because I have a couple people who asked about this beat. So I was like, you know, let me just stream, go live and see. Say you hear Shot Town. All right. You said I'm the reason why you went harder for Machine in Studio One. Oh man, you could have stayed in Reason. You the I mean you don't have to. You don't have to do that. And like I say before, I just hope to inspire people to make music. Period. Like it don't matter. It don't matter what you use. Is just the concept of putting things together. I think that's more important to me than what I'm actually saying. Now, I guess I know my shit though. You know, I'm on here and I'm just boom, 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 boom. I'm just like flying through here like Superman. Call me the S1 man. You know what I mean? You know, I can fly through this thing and get things done. But I mean, that I only hope that for everybody. Like, if you are a producer, beat maker, learn your DAW. Learn your tools, man. Learn what you got and, you know, do what you got to do. I think that's my whole concept. But you know. That's a great lineup, sir. It's a great lineup. You say 803 was tired of extra stuff he had to do with mixing. I mean, that would be a great reason to move to somewhere else, right? It was for me. That's why I moved from Logic. I was like, man, I'm tired of this. When I discovered Studio One, and it probably made a lot of sense to other people because it made sense to me. And I think the way that I show it to people is like, you know. Okay, Two Nickels. I think that'll never die. That's never gonna die, bruh. That is never gonna die. Only the core heart, the heart core of this community knows what that means. Oh man, that's something you can say when the community gets bigger. Like when we like 10,000 people in the group, you can always count on throwing that up, and only the people who's been here in the beginning will know exactly what that means. It'll be like 4 people laughing in the crowd. It's like 10,000 people. 10,000 people show up, right? And they rocking with us, and then somebody be like, "Hey, I use Audacity," and it's like, yeah, about 5 people would just cry laughing. It's like, what? What the hell? You know. Will the Audacity group come forward? All of the Audacity people, all of the Audacity. No, I think somebody will actually. There might be a nice little crowd that come walking up actually, and they don't even really know the joke, but whatever. Oh my gosh. Right. Exactly. Exactly. That's funny. That's funny. You know what's crazy about okay, so Mello just he just explained how that went, right? I guess I'll tell y'all briefly what happened so y'all can be a part of the crew. You ain't a part of the crew until you know this joke, right? Um there was someone who came on the stream and they probably watching now, but like I've been saying, I'm not about that. Like I feel like any tool is good for the job. If it works for you, it is what it is. Which means that if you're an Audacity user, you make beats in Audacity, that's cool, man. You know, there are people who make beats in programs that I never heard of. I mean, Audacity is a free joint. You know, that's one of those. I used to have it on my computer just to do something real quick and, you know, like just it's Audacity is like a utility tool. You know, that's what it is for me. Like just, you know, you want to quickly change a WAV file to an MP3, boom. You know, you can do it in Audacity. You know what I mean? Like this is a quick tool. If you want to increase the volume of audio, boom, you just turn it up and spit it back out. Like it's like great for like stuff like that. You know what I mean? But we had someone that came on and tried to challenge me in making a beat in Audacity, and I mean it was a joke. It's you know, I'm laughing at first, but like dude was serious. He was like, it was almost like he was harassing me with that, like every other day. Like I'll say something like, okay, here's his new update. You know, Studio One just dropped a new update, blah 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 blah. Well, you know, and this is what you could do. You know what I mean? And then here go, I could do the same thing Audacity. I'm like, man, you know, how about you make that beat in Audacity? I bet you, I can do my beat better than you or faster. I mean, okay, I don't know Audacity like that to make beats in Audacity. Anyway, it was funny. It was one of those things, man. It was to the point where it just seemed like he was trying to challenge me. Like, don't challenge me. Like, first of all, I'm not in the battle. I'm not in the battlefield to compete with nobody. That's just not my space. I don't live in that space. I don't feel like I'm better than anybody. But I'm smart enough to know that I'm decent. You know, I'm decent. I can get the job done. I can create something that some people will be excited about. You know, I never claim like I'm the best producer out here. I never will. I got people that tell me that, like, dude, you fire, blah, 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 blah. People will blow your head up, but I don't let that go to my head. That's the thing. Because I feel like there's always room for improvement. But don't come on here and challenge me to do a beat in Audacity, man. Like, there are some things that are fun. You know what I mean? Like, there are some things that are fun. You know, that could have been a pretty cool challenge, but I just didn't care for that challenge. Like, okay, I'm not doing it. And he would not let it down. He just kept going. He kept going, man. This guy kept going. Oh, Ado, you proved him wrong. Hey, look, this is what I have the community for. Oh man, like look, if you want to battle me in Audacity, okay, bet. I got I got one of my bros that'll do it. I'll let Mello do it. I'm gonna call Mello. Hey, bro, this dude want to battle me in Audacity. Hey, you mind like shutting him down? Tell him I sent you. You know what I'm saying? Cause I ain't got that time, man. But I think the whole concept was coming from me, because I always say you can make music in any DAW. It don't matter where you go. Like if you solid in one place, you're gonna carry the same vibes in another platform. I could definitely make a beat in Audacity, no problem. Um, it's just that the way I like to do production, using all these virtual instruments and things like that, the way that I make music, um, Audacity, I don't feel like can handle with hence the free program. You're when you using things like Studio One, FL Studio, Reason, Cubase, more of the popular DAWs for music production, you're paying for some kind of stability. You're paying for customer service. You're paying for a community, right? A community of people who use this stuff. You're paying for bug fixes and updates. When there's updates, you're paying for that type of stuff. And these platforms that I'm speaking of right now are optimized to handle such virtual instruments this kind of way. Studio One crashes a little bit, but I don't think I can do half that. Not even like 1/4 of that in a program called Audacity. Creating macros, mixing, mastering, using high-end plugins, stuff like that. Like the Audacity is set up in a different way. It's set up in a real simple way. Like yeah, it's not set up. It's set up totally different. I think I will break Audacity with my workflow. Maybe not. But, that wasn't the point though. It was like, I don't want to do a beat in Audacity. Like, why'd you? And so the community, it was funny. The community got on. They caught on to what was going on, and it just the community ripped that guy in half, man. And I let it happen because he was like a bit much, man. So don't come on here and be an asshole, because I'll let the people have it. I'll throw you to the wolves in the sec, bro. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy, man. But all together, man, at the end of the day, I'm a pretty nice guy. That guy had the audacity to tell me that type of stuff. Like, we just kind of use that word like that. Like we know what we talking about when we bring that word up. That thing happened. When that happened last year, early this year, and we still talked about it. That's funny. All right, guys. If y'all enjoyed yourself, if you haven't had the option or the opportunity to hit the thumbs up, I appreciate the thumbs up. All it does is just kind of help me out, you know. Where is Devin? You say Devin. He's been absent today. He came on for a quick second. No, and Devin wasn't here today. We'll have to reach out to that brother. Like, what's up, man? If this is your first time here, you're new, subscribe. I will encourage that. You know, some of you guys probably just came on and it was something that's live on YouTube and you just joined. But if you are not a subscriber, I will encourage you to subscribe. And there's not a deadbeat channel, I'll tell you that. There's always something going on over here. Between Audacity and updates on Studio One, man, there's always something to talk about. You say you be ready by the new year for a private session? Man, come on, man. Like, what are you getting ready for? Like, what do you mean? Like, what are you trying to do? I need to change that. See, when time go by, you hear stuff. I love what I did though. Like, that extra stuff I added, it just make the track like sing, like. To me, in my opinion. But the artist might be like, can you take that out? And then I'm gonna be like, oh, really? That's the, oh. But you gotta be ready. You gotta be like built like concrete. I mean, they don't talk about it, but that's the other thing that comes with me being a music producer. You gotta have, you can't have a soft heart. You can't. Soft heart does not exist in music. It just don't. Like, this is a cutthroat industry. People want what they want. And if you ain't got what they want, they're gonna go somewhere else. Or if they really, really like you, then, okay, I like your beat. I like you. But can you take that part out? And you're like, man, that's the part that makes the beat. You gotta be like, okay, no problem. I'll take it out. So I might think it's fire what I did here, and the artist be like, you know that part, you know that little bell like bing bing bing, you know that part right there. Can you take that out? And then you can explain to the artist why it makes the track sound so better, but it don't matter to them. Oh, you 67. Oh, that's what's up, man. To give you some time to learn everybody. You don't need to learn anybody. I mean, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean, if you're a part of the community, yeah, you're gonna see these people a lot. You're gonna see Mello, you're gonna see 803, you're gonna see Ron, you're gonna see Two Nickels, you're gonna see a guy named Devin. I'm pretty sure you met him before. Some other people just come in and out over the course of the stream. But there are some regulars that just always here. Cause like they live here. They got a pillow on the sofa with their name on it. It's like when you turn on the lights, there they go. They're eating up on your pickles and then they're pouring orange juice. You know, they just always there. Like, these are those people, and I'm very appreciative. I'm very appreciative to you guys that rocks with me. Touch Tone is another one. Touch Tone is rich. He's the one that got an apartment next door. So he's not over sitting on the couch with everybody else all the time. He's next door and he just come over whenever, just whenever. It's just like, it's different levels to it, man. Yeah, it's different levels. Yeah, Touchstone has his own YouTube channel, so he's doing his thing, which is cool. 803 is trying to get it together. I don't know when, but he's doing his best. He's doing the best he can. Oh my gosh. Just give him a couple more years. Yeah, Right. Touchdown is a billionaire. Then you got Jed Merlin is another one. He's probably up there at your age, Mr. Piano. He's somewhere around there. If not like 50 something. Yeah, man. I'm busy too. I just try to make time. Like a lot of times I'm not able to do videos. I just try to find time to do stuff. I try my best. I'm not doing YouTube like I want to. If I do YouTube like I want to, y'all gonna get tired of me. Like this dude. Again, he just won't stop. Here's another video. Really, bro? Like, give me time to watch other videos, bro. Like, you just always coming out with a video. Gas and water is free. Absolutely. As it should be. As it should be. As it should be. But, they still charge us for it. Ain't that something? Stuff is free. It's like, anyway, I'm going off into another topic. I'm going on the deep end somewhere. I'm not going there. We're going in the stream. I got y'all locked into these melodies, man. It's like these melodies just like keep people. It's a trap. All right, y'all. Hey, y'all save some pizza for me. I'm in the stream. Y'all save some pizza. Don't eat it all. Don't eat it all, guys. Let me get a couple slices. Yeah, I need to change that bass. See, I'm trying to end the stream, but I just can't. I don't know why. I like that better. Had to make a change to the bass. leave, man. I don't know how to leave, man. What is happening? I'm trapped too. Like y'all thought y'all was trapped. I'm trapped. Oh man. This is like a Tomar type joint. I can hear her on this. All right, y'all.